Hello, hi everyone, hi Summit, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. We're going back into Ace Attorney today, which should be fun. I wasn't sure what I wanted to play, but I feel like finishing Ace Attorney would be good. Even though it will take a while, at least I'll have it, you know, wrapped up. Um, I was thinking of maybe playing a smaller game first, but I'd like to keep those for Wheel Wednesday if possible. So we're just going into the big ones again. All the big games. Let me see if I have it captured already. I don't. Should be this. There we are. But yeah, I hope you're doing well too, Summit. I'm a little bit tired, but at least, well, I should be going. Oh god. So, let me just go back here, because so tomorrow we're going to work on making my current desk into a sit-stand desk, and I'm kind of stressed about it because I'm gonna have to like take everything off the desk, and we're just gonna have to figure stuff out how to like we're gonna basically take off the legs of the current desk and then put a new frame under it for the sit stand stuff, and then put everything back, but then I have to make sure the cable management is all good so that when it goes up it doesn't like tangle the cables or anything. It's gonna be I'm stressed. Nikki, hello. Congrats on being first. Welcome. But yeah, I'm sure everything will go fine with the sit stand desk, just it's a lot, and I need to, like, after I end stream, I'm basically going to do some work that I normally would do tomorrow, and then just shut down PC and get everything like off the desk and things like that. Have a good lurk, Nikki. I hope you have a wonderful day. Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. I'm sure it will be fine, but for now I'm a little bit stressed about it. Which is, I think, pretty normal, right? Don't know if my voice is up for the game, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Just like everything. I'll drink enough. Oh.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh, is that the swan hat lady again?
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Look like
Tomorrow,
her.
I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh, Susato lawyer time? Yep,
So please,
she
I
did.
ask for your guidance.
Okay.
Kazuma-sama.
So we're playing a Susato for a bit, I guess? Because Naruhodo is in England still. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Jujin Mikotoba, Professor of Medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh, it's her. Okay. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Mambami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in her time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh wait, is she dressed up as... She disguised? But what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. Just that... No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? Now, I do wonder how... Is she disguising her voice as well for Ray? Because otherwise, surely a childhood friend would recognize your voice, right? I would think, but maybe I'm wrong. That varsity uniform, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Yeah, because in Japan, at this time period, women aren't allowed in the Supreme Court except to testify, basically. Not to be a lawyer at all. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Yeah, it's such a weird thing to me still. That it was like, no, women are not allowed. It's like, what do you mean? Why? For some reason they were like, I was kind of like with women on a ship, it was considered bad luck for some reason. Which, in my opinion, just means we want all the power. We the men want to make sure that women don't try to get power at all. Keep them out of the important things like studies and lawyering and so like courts. All of those things. You're not allowed to be anything powerful, basically. Because men were scared. Always. Women are forbidden. And just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Sato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Aura, hello, welcome. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason it is. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? But how are you doing, Aura? I hope you're well? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, the murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. It means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. I don't think I've ever seen her run that fast. You're sleepy? Same, Aura, same. I hope you had a good time with D&D yesterday. At least a lot better than, you know, before. The previous time. It was very fun. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. I'm sure you'll do great, Susato. Oh god, it's the prosecutor again.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Aoichi, that's his name. Oh, nice. She does look very fancy.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready.
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, the council... God. This is definitely not sus at all.
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't you doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
She really is like Naruhodo in this case. Too much like the wide eyes and stuff. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryanosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. Tut-tut-tut, so what a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of Tokyo's attorneys. Ray. Don't say the name Susato. We're Ryutaro. Okay? I won't have you making fun of... David, Ray, please. She's already giving up the act. God damn it. Her? Please be careful, Ray. Tch. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he's not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. Perhaps this situation would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. I feel like you shouldn't be able to just do that, but sure. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you are standing now. This same judge tested him as well. True. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. I like that she's just mimicking Naruhodo the entire time. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Yeah, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are prone to blank. Oh no. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use E to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with E, and don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. People? Giselle Bratz. Oh. Right. I already checked. I'm waiting, counsel. What's the name of the victim in this case? Bratz.
Yes!
She's even raising the hand like Naruhodo. Oh my god. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Bratz. Giselle Bratz. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be very well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Bratz was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is a name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Bratz. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer.
Yes!
Murder. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brad. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. Wait, but wasn't she supposed to have, like, go to trial in Great Britain or something? Wasn't that like a thing? She was going to get deported to Great Britain and have trial there? Is she now back in Japan, or did she never quite leave? 'Cause I'm not sure about that. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikitoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was concluded here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. I mean, we have a swan as a hat. I mean, you have to be evil, right? Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Okay, so they did that. But I guess she was innocent or something, because she's back in Japan now. What the heck? Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. Oh. Okay, it took that long to settle the transfer, and she died before she got transferred. Okay. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Oh my god. It's so obvious that she, well, is a woman, but it's fine, you know. Just, they're just blind in the court, I think. In the courtroom. They just don't see it. Or they wouldn't believe it, I guess, as well. It's like, well, women aren't allowed. Why would a lawyer be here if it was a woman? Because they couldn't possibly be a student of law if it was a woman. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchi. Okay. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. And the cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. At a beach, huh? There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Mambani. Mambami. I keep saying Mambani. It's not quite right. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she has a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. The only person there, huh? Okay. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel, what he said about powerful motive, bathing spot being all together. I think the motive, right? Like, what motive could she possibly have? Zelda, hello, welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. You're clearly exaggerating. A powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut. Is the Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in the laboratory at the moment. In his laboratory. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Yeah, I guess that would be a motive. But powerful is doubtful. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. A little bit stressed about tomorrow, but otherwise good. Because I have to, like, we're doing my sit-stand desk tomorrow. And I have to, like, basically take everything off my desk, and you have to then assemble the underside, make sure that this one we cut off the legs here and stuff like that. It's gonna be a mess, and I don't know. It's gonna be, I'm not looking forward to it. Well, I'm looking forward to it being done. But yeah, it's gonna be a mess. Jaeger, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the hydrate as well. But I hope you're doing well, Jaeger and Zelda as well. You have an important question, okay. What is your question? Darius, also, hello. You're fine too, nice. I'm glad to hear it. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Where's Gina? Oh, back in England. We're in Japan right now. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Maybe we'll see her again later. But right now we're playing as Susato, which is also nice. Susato's great too. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she's done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. Like, she's disguised. Susato is in disguise. As Ryutaro. Because no one will ever know that it's actually Susato. Very good disguise. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone together. Bathing spot. Yeah, I want to know about the bathing spot. Like, what was that about? If I may, Prosecutor Iuchi. What do you want? You fresh-faced young yokel student. I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. Yokel, it's not a word that's well used, but it's basically like someone who doesn't know a lot, I guess. Like ignorant, maybe. Uneducated and unsophisticated person from the countryside is the mostly countryside, yeah. It's basically like a country bumpkin, if you know that term. Okay, basically like that. He's just being rude, as Aoichi always is, I feel like. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. What? Oh, wait, did I click something? No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brad had, to all intents and purposes, have been found of guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day on our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. Okay. And her doing that got her killed, so... who's really to blame here? But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we didn't have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. And don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Wait. Yeah, if there was a detective on duty, then how did this even happen? But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was the young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up what the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone together. My Bami-san, I can't. Yes, what is it? I mean, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Suzato. That would have been easier, yes. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. And the truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Well, but if the next day they'd be gone from the country and get, like, sentenced, why would we care? Why wouldn't you just let her leave? You wouldn't have to see her ever again anyway. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. Yeah, it would be quite bad if, like, someone you're very close to is murdered. You know who the murderer is, and she's just walking around. Everyone knows she's done it, but she's just walking around doing her research as normal for 9 months. Right? That would suck. That would be awful. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Okay. There's a bottle there. But either it fell off the table, but if it fell off the table, how is it still unbroken? I guess it's possible. But it's kind of weird that there's just a bottle lying on the ground. The case here's open. She has her hat on, which is kind of weird, and holding a pen. Like, if you're going to be bathing, why would you have this giant hat on? But I guess it's her shtick. She has the mask that she always holds. There's a glass also lying there. And she got stabbed, obviously, in the back. And holding a pen, which is interesting. At least I think that's a pen, or something like that. The picture brings up a lot of questions, but whatever. I can't really answer them right now. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. That's her vape, of course. Vape in the 1800s. She was early on the hype. The court will accept his photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses to the crime when they were the only ones in the hut, sir. That's always what confuses me. It's like, she's the only one who could have done it. They're alone in the hut. Like, okay, cool. How do you have witnesses of the crime then? What do you mean? Like, surely if it's a changing hut, you can't look inside, right? So if they're the only two inside, how is there anyone else who witnesses it? The evidence is fine, I can see that, but witnesses? How does that happen? Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Okay, so that's the detective who was there, but he didn't see them, I doubt. At least I don't doubt he actually saw the crime being committed. Is the police detective the same guy as from the previous game? Probably, right? Okay, let me see. Let's look at some evidence. So we have Giselle Bratt. She was killed the 11th of August around 2 p.m. A single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim's both eyes. That is weird. No, it's fine. I just wondered why. I guess it's just like a copy-paste thing. That you had that copied or something. Extreme meiosis. So my assumption is like, if you're stabbed with a fatal hemorrhage, would you have extreme meiosis, like the pupil constriction, stuff like that? Is that like a normal thing? If it was a normal thing, why would they note it, right? And considering she was... So she was a professor of medicine, specializing in poison. Like... Could it be possible, but that on her last day in Japan, she was about to be extradited to Shanghai and probably convicted of a crime, right? Maybe she took her own life with poison. Maybe, right? Would be awful to stab yourself, but still, it's possible. Wine spilled all over the floor. At least I think that's wine. I'm already like trying to piece things together, but I barely have any evidence as well. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Ugh. Very well then, Council. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Ah, yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh, his hair's grown out. Well, it's not tied up anymore. I think it... Wait, doesn't he have like a little swirl now? At his forehead? This insult to the Aiuchi family name will never be forgotten. It's the way of the world, may you never forget that. And then he slices his hair. Yep. I guess he never... he has the swirl now on his forehead. But he never did the top knot again, I guess. He just left his hair like that. I mean, that's fair, you know? Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut in the bell of cultural enlightenment ring, atolls, rather. On that fateful day, my former self died. Start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence. Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe, the Aochi growth. Oh no, he means his hair. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? As I said, silence. Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. Oh, he wants to not be bald anymore. He's like, if I do my best here, maybe my hair will grow out more. Maybe. There's hope. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense, each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Yeah. Oh my god. Wait. Both of the... What? What's the guy's name again? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Hosonaga I was expecting, because he's the police inspector and he would have been hired to watch over the victim, right? The turtle is great. You can't quite see it now, but I love it. Him, I'm not sure about. Like, this guy. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He doesn't seem like the type of person to go to a bathing spot, is all I'm saying. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. It's a great disguise. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? You and me both, Susato. You and me both. Tread carefully, Cesaro. That author fellow knows you from the time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Sasaki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since we last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sasaki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Huh. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. He's definitely far from the, like, scared person he was in Great Britain. He was constantly anxious and all that stuff. And now he's like this super author or something. Thinks very highly of himself, rather. It's interesting. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. But the bait became quite spirited. Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, let me actually look at it. Okay. Look at him. Oh, the cat. Cat. Beautiful. Can I actually read the article? I guess not. It's a nice picture, though. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coasts. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... You're still dying every time. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret, I am. Jaeger. Hold again. I haven't changed it yet. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade, proof to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. But there was only one stab. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. No, they didn't. Only a single wound was identified. A single deep stab wound from behind. Like, seriously, people, if you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it, the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I just use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Yeah, she's holding the thing. The pen. Oh, goodness me. What about the pen, though? The victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. No. Well, that's not great. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. It could mean royal mambo, true. It could mean a lot of things. I mean, she's the only one with RM that I currently have. But it could mean anything else, really. I wouldn't say a fountain pen grasped in her hand is exactly damning evidence, but, you know. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence? There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Aichi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Yeah, he does things a bit better now, but it's still not great, to be honest. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. Let's see what I can do. Okay. So can I just... Well, Naruhodo, the first protagonist, is still in England. And she's hiding her identity because she wants to be a lawyer for her friend, the one who is being accused of murder. And in Japan at this time, women aren't allowed in the courtroom, except to be a witness or accused. They cannot be lawyers or prosecutors or judges or anything. So she's in disguise because otherwise she literally could not be there. Yeah. Crabs. I want to know about the crabs, to be honest. I just managed to catch that crab. What crab?
Hold it!
You were describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sasaki-san. Oh, I want to know about the crab, not about the scream. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah, or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are prone to describing things, so... Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. It does look very nice. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change and take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. Decrabbed. I decrabbed. Yes. Oh god. She stabbed wildly. I want to press this at least. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it. Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent of author's torment. Eek. God. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. You promised you'd stream with people today, but all you want to do is draw? Oh, that's... yeah, that's difficult. That's a difficult what? Predicament. That's the word. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? No, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you.
wonder if I might interject here, Suzeki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. Ah, so you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. You feel like you're improving a lot? That's great. It's good to have that feeling. But yeah, you can do it after stream as well, right? You can just stream for a bit and then draw afterwards. Maybe taking a break from drawing is also nice for a bit. You know? It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I do love the title, by the way, of his book. That Suzeki-san wrote a book called I Am a Cat. I mean, I would read it. I don't know what it's about, but I would read it. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. What is it, Zelda? She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Do you read I'm a Cat? I mean, I would. I don't think it's an actual book that exists that Suzeki wrote, but I would read it. Very simply, from the blood on the blade. I'm sure you're actually a cat. Maybe I am a cat. Maybe. I have drawn myself as a cat before, which was also a draw request. So it could be the case that I'm actually a cat. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. I saw it too. You know someone who's named Mad Cat? Nice. So that's a good name. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Oof. Oof. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Sonaga, I'm sorry. Please don't die. Oh no. He's hiding. No. I feel bad. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even. Ah, a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. Yeah, I was already thinking I should do that, but I didn't want to immediately present evidence. I know this is basically tutorial stuff. Use E? What do you mean, father? Exactly. What do you mean, E? E. Okay. Just to make sure, you know, we'll save. Just to make sure. Here.
Objection!
Boom. Objection. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Norohodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Osanaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Osanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasaki-san? Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. What exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. They didn't see the murder happen. What Sasaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Tech. Well. This takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair. Oh jeez, you don't have to put him down like that. Slander. My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk about stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. I mean, true. We knew that already, though. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would you have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear you answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life? Or hide the knife? No. I mean, stab her again. One, terrible. Like, why would that be? Like, if you're trying to defend someone, being like, yeah, she was just going to stab her again. Terrible defense. Terrible defense. Hiding the knife? Terrible defense. Like, that's what a murderer would do. Saving her life, though? Possible. Plausible. Possibly, you know? There is some manner of possibility there. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Bratt's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? Oh, that's just rude. Why is everyone just against us? It's just rude. Susato's trying her best, you know? Robin! Hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Or are you still here? Can you give Robin a shout out? Hi Mahan, Samit, welcome, welcome. Did you have a good time with Risk of Rain? It was good? Nice, nice. Don't know if Aura is here to give a shout out. I will do this at least. I think that works. There you go. And if Aura's here, you can do the other one. Yeah, Robin is great. So go follow if you're not following already. It's like there, I guess. I don't know exactly. There should be a thing. Should be a thing. Robin just finished the hardest run ever, standing in a corner for 5 minutes waiting to get an item. That does sound very difficult.
Very difficult indeed. But yeah, we're doing court stuff. We're trying to get someone to not be convicted of murder because they didn't do it. At least we think they didn't do it. So it's interesting. It's the second part of the Great Ace Attorney trilogy. Been pretty good so far, but very tutorial-esque again, because it's the first case in what is essentially the second game, but because it's like a collection, it's both games in the same game, I guess. An excellent idea, Inspector. A young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Yeah, because pulling out a blade is not great. It tends to be quite bad. But it depends on the situation. Like, if the blade is coated in poison, for example, maybe it is better to pull it out to see if you can get the poison out in time, right? Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Okay. Let me get the cursor out of here. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Oh yeah, but that's... okay. That's not important at all in this scenario. I know that's the motive, but it's not important. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Oh yeah. Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see? Or pulled a blade out of any wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been very well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brad? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have... No, don't think that way. Cesaro. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my education immediately afterwards. Okay, I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Okay. We have one chance. One opportunity. Seize everything we've ever wanted. Can we capture it? Or do we let it slip? God.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and serious hemorrhage. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Council, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Okay. Basic knowledge. So what do we have? We have the fountain pen. We have the debate thing. Stab wound in the back. And the victim's lung. Okay. I don't know. I don't have, like, anything solid here. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here, which is... Clearly, the defendant, Rei Mambani-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. Oh no. That's terrible. That's not a good defense. What do you think about that, Professor McToba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know. Young people today, if that's friendship, I don't understand it. Uh-oh. Don't use that hammer, please. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it.
Hold it!
What if there is a good reason? But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Susato, please, don't do that. Oh no. Oh my god, throwing all women under the bus immediately. Even though she's a woman herself. Quite something. Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh no. Osanaga is actually is one of the good ones, you know. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Did have a motive. Let's see. Whatever the motive, it just isn't Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Yes. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san. Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in a man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the blade from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the royal lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. I need to examine things in greater detail with space. By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again, you may find a clue. So it's basically a tutorial, right?
Hold it!
Oh shit, I didn't mean to press. It's fine. Lei, hello. I hope you're well. Okay. Okay, what do we have? We have the pen. If we take off the pen's lid, okay, so we have RM here. Also, I love her outfit here, by the way. Like, let me just do this. I love the outfit. It's just so nice. So good. Cosplay when? Oh, imagine. No you, Lei. No you. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. Says. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh. Uh-oh, that is not a normal pen. That is not a normal pen at all. Is that a syringe disguised as a pen? I think so. What the heck? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Maybe not. I don't know. But it's empty. That's the thing. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. I
something wrong, Father? It's that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Yeah, that's suspicious, right? That's super suspicious. Like, that's why I was thinking it maybe was used somewhere else. So for something else, rather. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Okay. There's that. But there's no other stuff we can actually examine in more detail. It's just a pen. Oh, what's this? There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Okay, so the pen is definitely important, but where do I... What do I present it on? Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. No good reason why the defendant would have tried to put the knife on the victim. Like, what does that have to do with a knife, though? I'm not sure what I need to do here. Like, the only evidence we have is the pen. Really? Maybe it's not a pen, but a PPAP. Well... Stab wound from pen. But the knife was bloody, though. They had a bloody knife, right? Which is why I'm wondering why that isn't in the evidence right now, but whatever. No one said that quote. So I can't bring myself to like children. I'm not sure if that was me or someone else. It could have been me. Can be a lot of people. True. That quote, I mean, I don't know who said that one. It was during Pokemon's Ultra Sun and Moon. And I did say a lot of stupid things during those streams. Though I don't think, I mean, not bring yourself to like children is not really a stupid thing to say, I don't think. You children, yeah. I don't know what to present this on. What if I just present the pen here?
Objection!
That doesn't do anything. Nope. I did save, right? I did save. didn't I? Think so. Yeah, okay. Good. And this is already, yeah, this is already... There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim. I'm gonna present the pen.
Objection!
No? Okay. Never mind. I don't know what to do. This is the first case. How am I stumped by what I need to do here? Usually they're pretty obvious. Because, I mean, they were obvious in that I needed to examine something, right? And the only thing I can examine is the pen. So unless there's something else that I am missing here... Like we can take off the lids, unscrew this, and that shows the reservoir. We have the name, initials, and stuff. Nothing else that I can look at. Yeah, nothing else. Did have a motive. Highly respected mentor. Sure, let's do it here.
Objection!
No? Okay. I'm just presenting it on everything now. We're just gonna present it on every single statement. One of them is gonna be working, right? Surely.
Objection!
Surely one of them will work. Right? Maybe not.
Objection!
Oh. Then I don't know what to do here. I really don't understand it. Do I need to... Because I already pressed all of the statements. And it didn't change anything. I don't understand. Yeah, this is the same thing. Examine it for minor approval. Examine the evidence. Yeah, I know. I know what to do. Simply give up. No, I can't do that. Go through the evidence again, you'll find a clue. I mean, I did find clues, just... Oh wait, we can examine a newspaper. Wait. Oh my god. I'm dumb. Okay. Never mind, we can examine more things. I thought I already looked at this though. Didn't I? Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sasaki-san, is it? It is. Looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me in the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Chopped him. Okay. Other side? What's this? This is a newspaper from Sasaki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Could that possibly be relevant to this case? From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The
poison's been stolen? This is this morning's paper that Sasaki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of such a thing. Where on earth could a reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Oh no. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Okay. That is interesting. Oh, here. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Sasaki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Poison in pan, then stabbed and cleaned the pan thoroughly. Arrest the pan, yeah. So, what I assume happened is that the victim got hold of the pen, or like has the pen, stabs herself with the poison, right? To, I don't know, implicate Ray for some reason. Because it's her pen or something, I don't know. Ray sees that. No, okay, it doesn't make any sense. What I'm thinking right now, it doesn't make any sense. Like, she poisoned herself, and then Ray tried to get the poison out by stabbing her. Yes, definitely. That doesn't make any sense. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect a newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Interesting. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with an acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of detoxing. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Acute contraction of the pupils, you say? You mean like the extreme meiosis, pupil constriction that was observed in the victim in both eyes? Perhaps that? She was poisoned. But the problem is, even with the toxin, if Ray was the one managing it, that still implicates her. That doesn't make her not guilty, you know? All we have here is the magnifying glass. So, okay, well at least I got the newspaper thing. Okay, what if we present this?
Objection!
There we go, okay. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Maybe Ray didn't know about the poison in her pen? Maybe. I mean, it's possible that Ray, lended her pen to the victim, right? And the victim, put poison in there. But it's still a weird thing to do.
Like, however this might have happened, it's a weird situation. What? Ah, the yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. How dare you? Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Aoichi, you will let the defense speak. But that newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense, I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Wait. Oh, deadly in tiny quantities, I guess? Why is it... Wait. Oh, the secret of being... Commissioned by the military. I guess the deadly in tiny quantities, I'm not sure. Yeah, because the only other, the other things I don't really get. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. The truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? It's possible. It's plausible. Have a good lurk, Zelda. This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The wheels last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly... From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper article? Okay. In truth, I'm not really sure. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I thought the pen would definitely link them, but I guess not. I guess the pen is for later. I guess the pen is for later. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Link between the poison and the... I mean, the photograph, maybe the... I don't know. A clear link between this case and the poison. Could... What? I mean that it was stolen from Yumi. I guess the post-mortem report actually. That would make the most sense.
Take that!
The wide eyes, right? Or the dilated pupils. I already said it before, but I guess we have to be specific about these things. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ugh. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. Yet there was extreme constriction instead. Oh no, not dilate, sorry. Constriction, yeah. That's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. One set of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Oichi, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. Tch, you yokel student and yokel professor. Yeah, by acting like that, trying to remove the poison, she actually implicated herself in the crime. So really, even though her first instinct was to try to save the victim, the best she could have done is just let her die. Which is awful, but that's really the best she could have done. Because now there's a knife involved and the stabbing and everything, and then people are like, well, she was holding the knife. It's like, yeah, okay. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. And now, Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ah, listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of a secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. Tch, a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Oh? Hold it? Who said hold it? Oh, it's her. Hi, Ray. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Dami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Saseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. And because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes, they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, she realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. And my mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. Wait, how did she... What the heck? Why? How did she get a knife in her back, though? If they were already talking, and the poison onsets within minutes, right? How would the knife have gotten in her back? And the pen makes me suspect that the poison was in the pen instead, right? And that the knife was there just to get Ray accused? So that Ray would think that the poison was on the knife, takes out the knife, and then gets seen with the knife. Right? To implicate her. But that's such a weird thing to do. Because that would mean she pre-planted the knife in her own back, or had someone put the knife in her back, without poison, right? In there. And then later stabbed herself with the poison. And then fall to the ground. That's such a convoluted way to... Oh, I don't even know. That's crazy. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Pratt came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. Okay. Why didn't you do this before then? What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. Oh yeah, he did. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Auichi. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. I mean, who took this picture? Like, seriously, if the other two witnesses, right? The two witnesses never saw her actually stab. They only saw her with the knife in hand, having pulled it out. Right? Then who took the picture of her literally with her hands on the knife? Which, by the way, also just still doesn't prove that that her explanation is faulty or anything. Because she could have had her hands on there to be like, okay, like 1, 2, like gritting her teeth, being like, I can't believe I have to do this, and take out the knife, right? And then, like, the picture doesn't disprove her story at all, as far as I can tell. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Ah. Order, order. Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. Those yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Rude. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Okay. Can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Let me look at this. Stabbers. But wait, that's the pen. That's not a knife. Right? Is that a knife? Because that looks like a pen. This pen. With it like... Well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Trying to think of anything here that I can use, but the main thing I'm thinking of is like, who took this picture? Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. It is quite important, because apparently you had someone who literally saw it happen and took a picture as it happened. Clearly photoshopped? Yeah. 1800s Photoshop. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Uh-oh. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Well, that's... the heck? That, again, to me indicates that someone is trying to implicate Ray in this. That there's some kind of conspiracy going on, you know? But why? I don't understand. Goodness. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, did you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses in words. But the defendant had already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Really? Okay. I mean, I understand, but still. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Aochi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... I feel like... Do I have the answer? Do I have the answer?
don't know. Could have. I'm gonna save. I think I have an answer. Maybe. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Oh, I think I know. Very well then, counsel, present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? This newspaper.
Take that!
The newspaper again. Rocco's England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. It's the cracked lens thing. This here, the crack. It's the same as the other photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. It already caught my eye as it happens. Huh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree, really. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Auchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper. Ah. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Wah. 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 What was that? Oh, it's Suzaki. I see why you were called the Raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo. Many memo? It's many memo, I tell you, many memo. Money memo. Suzaki-san? What was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Minimamo is haunting me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it.
Oh, the guy who showed up every time. That one. Oh, and he has an ink stain on his hand. That is interesting. So, wait, but that means he's nearby though. That he's literally in the courtroom right now. The camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Minimamo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Minimamo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood?
Meh.
Minimamo. Why Minimamo? What the heck?
Minimamo.
It is a nice name. Rolls off the tongue. Let's save our current progress. I'm sure we'll be able to get through this case shortly.
I'm sorry, Cisato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Oh, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Pratt's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Cisato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. With which I can see now more clearly now, so, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh. Oh, Cisato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me with the knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And we were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Bratt and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
Oh.
You'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikitoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Oh, nice.
What's the matter, Cesaro? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Suzaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swaned in without any compunction, said to Professor Mikitoba. Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sasaki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sasaki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Manimamo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
And whether he was there, though, is a problem.
Let me look at this.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Rude. Because it's more of an antidote and a very specific one at that. Okay, there's nothing else we can look at here.
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Seki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once.
Okay.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo?
Yes. We've got this. Rei has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened. Here we go.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh. What news? The knife? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotawa's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Mr. Zalebrad's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. There's no poison on there. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. I mean, I already knew that. Are you sure about that? Yes. Because the poison isn't in the knife, it's in the pen. 100%. I already knew that. I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah. Right. Not really. I mean, the way we presented it has been lost, yes. It wasn't on the knife. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the new witness. No trace of poison on the knife, but if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The pen! I already said. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Let me actually look at the knife here. Blood. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Okay. This is a standard knife otherwise. There's not really anything crazy about it. No initials, no nothing. Okay. Write a mini memo of the Shiryu news. I want people just like you. Oh god. I want people like to call a journal. What's a journal, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. Oh, of journalist. Just in general. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in the print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, whatever you hear. I'm sorry? Oh, praise yourselves, people. Minimumos senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at this 72 point in a 5-lag format in the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. It's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. And by the way, my name is Takatsuchi Auchi. That's Takatsuchi Auchi. And the so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be there fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't know the down, I always say. That's what I call my minimalism. Minimalism? What the... yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Suzaki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Minimamo again. But you were supposed to be going back to show you news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Bratt's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words you said in my Minimamo memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. He keeps raking his pencils. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Minimamo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Okay, let me sit up a bit. Also, just notice this symbol here. That's exactly the same as the symbol on the pen, on the back of the pen. Right here, the symbol, and it says RM on it. Now what's his name? Raiten Minimamo? Interesting, right? That it's his pen? Curious, one would say, that she would have his pen in her hand when she died. But whatever, I'm getting ahead of myself. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. What the heck? Really? That's what you're going with? My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run scoop the next. That's minimalism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Yeah, he knows a lot more. And he's lying, so there's also that.
Hold it!
Start with shoddy read screens. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journos of a year. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop, nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even a minimalism, it's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
Arguing thing. They actually saw Membami-san entering the hut. Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my Giorno spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was it about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Huh, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here on my Manimomo memo pad. Many memo. He makes many memos in his memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now, try not to interrupt. Ah. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. Don't call her evil immediately. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what minimalism says. Right. Okay. By the way, Minimamo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Juniors have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'être. Raison d'être? Raison d'être. Something like that. So you didn't converse with Miss Brad at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains, on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Minimamo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of minimalism, but I'll gladly provide proof that my words aren't meaningless. I never set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Interesting. I want to present this fountain pen. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I don't think the other two are useful at all. Let me just save because I'm not sure if this will work. And then we present the fountain pen.
Objection!
Minimamo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. There we go. Nice. Good job on presenting it. In a way, that's more minimalism. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Well, what are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minimamo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Pratt's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What do you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mambami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No. Write-in Minimamo. RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of minimalism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. But horse dung. Minimamo-san? It's not the case. Is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach house? And why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Sure, you news won't stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Hmm? And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Doo-doo-doo. Right there. Oh, right. I need to press R, not space. Got it! There you go. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Minimamo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minimamo-san, how do you respond? No. He's not doing so good. Order, order. Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets? I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. How did no one see him enter the hut, though? But it came to nothing, and as many memoirs say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Suzaki Natsume-san. Suzaki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front-page story. Right. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Sasaki-san, hiding something? I mean, probably. Okay. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands that I reveal it now. What question? You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true. Yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer, not definitive, definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it, but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Lots of things, apparently. This is crazy. He declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. That's fine. Watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. So when the writer man here asked the woman this very significant question. I mean, press this. What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer-man? Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Osanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Sasaki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Oh, well, that's not good. I mean, the direction of the defendant... There's a little slit there where he probably put the camera through. Maybe she didn't mean to point at Ray, but rather at the cameraman who was hidden. No.
Hold it!
We'll press it. So you tried to find out who the culprit was? You ask questions a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labelled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me. Because of my stupid moustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the reports on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer-man? Well, yes, alright, she did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sasaki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Zaki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. We will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The English woman did point a finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime. Well, except the journalist in the stand who was hiding, like, right where the victim was sitting. And that was at the back of the hut. So, you know, kinda sus. Especially the fact that he was hidden from sight. That is super sus. I know he was a journalist and trying to be incognito because he wasn't supposed to be there. But then that also makes him the most suspicious person there. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No. The headline is writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 points point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. No, I do. Kind of. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. May gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. She was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then she got to her feet with a stab wound in her back. Hi again, Zelda. Welcome back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Well, by the freaking journalist. Through the reeds. So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? I know. I know how.
Objection!
I know everything. It's pretty simple. Thank you for the posture check, Sandra. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being. Oh, nice. 5-stream streak. Get those extra points. Very good. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Huh. None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brad, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction. Fantasy. Very well, as you seem to be so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Like here?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Pratt was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order. But a student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Wait, but Manimomo, I'm suggesting it was you. He was like, but that was where I was, I didn't see anyone. Dude, really? Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have been stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Auchi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory? This. I feel like... I'll save again just in case, but I'm pretty sure.
Take that!
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. What? Maybe not? Okay, I guess that didn't work. Where's Gina? Again, she's in England, Sheldon. Maybe in another case we'll go back to England and see Gina again. But not now. Not yet. Okay, well... I mean, I thought this would be enough evidence that he can take a picture through the gap. Also means he can probably stab someone through the gap. But I guess that's not the evidence they were looking for. What about this?
Take that!
It's basically the same idea, because you can see a slit in the back.
but in the other one, the picture was taken from the slit in the back, so it's like same thing, different photograph. I feel like both should have worked, but whatever. The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit to the court. It's right there.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Oh. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Menimamo-san. It could have only been you. No.
Objection!
And this preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Pratt. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she wasn't touchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The stool is right there. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to the back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brad rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. And by your silence, Menimamo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Yaochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering the final verdict and... Who's holding it? Oh, it's him. Of course it is. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside the hut through the read screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
So he's changed his mind on this, huh? Okay. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... No, it's not on blade. We already know that.
Objection!
It's not on blade. It's on the pen. It's in the pen. Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense at this trial, turned out to be a headline making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Like, Street Fighter death, I feel like. Or like slow motion screaming. Oh, oops. Order. Where does this leave us? How in that case did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. I don't think it was... I don't think that was the case. I mean, maybe. I mean, if that was the case, then how did the poison get in the glass as well? That's it. What do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Why, the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. Can you slap him? I want to. Sadly, no. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder. Is that this is? Oh my god. I'm stumbling over my words now. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run and hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now because that's minimalism. For a brief moment I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Good question. I have no clue.
Okay, we'll save again. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Why would you stab her though? Like...
Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the court weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Okay, so... yeah, so he admits to stabbing her. Which, I mean, fair. But I guess he didn't... I mean, technically he did kill her. Because the death was caused by hemorrhaging. Sure, she was poisoned as well. But that doesn't mean he's, like, innocent, right? He still could have caused the death. If he didn't know she was poisoned, that's still, like, murderous intent. Right? He literally stabbed someone who then died. I mean, that's... okay, cool. We should probably find out who poisoned her as well, but... you're not getting off scot-free with that, right? You can't just stab someone who then dies. And you're like, well, no, but they were already poisoned, so it's fine that I stabbed them, right? Like, that's not how it works, I don't think. So you admitted then, that everything happened as I described. That you're the one who stabbed Miss Bratt in the back through the read screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged a blade of sweet justice right in there. Well then. I mean, it sounds like murderous talk. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. They're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. Argument is sound, certainly. But you wouldn't be off the hook, though. Like, surely you would still be sentenced for something, like grievous bodily harm, something like that, right? Because technically she wasn't dead yet. She was poisoned, sure, but making sure she dies is, like, worse? Like... because the medical assistant was there. She technically could have been saved. And the only reason that she couldn't save her in the end was that the knife made her think that the poison was on the knife, which wasn't the case. So she actually made it worse because of that. But that means, technically, like, the knife is
part of the reason why she died. So surely he wasn't the only murderer, but he was a murderer. Like, he was one of the people who took her life. And he literally just admitted it in court. So, what the heck? If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. Unless he knows how the poison works, then tried to stab her to conceal the fact that she was poisoned through some other means. You know, trying to not implicate himself and all that. And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? No, we've got this. Think of Kazuma-sama and Norohodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of this trial. Well, I hope so. It's been a long one. Yes, Your Excellency. Here we go again. Okay, there's only 4 parts here. That's good. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Got my goat. Yeah, okay, so let me just press them one by one.
Hold it!
So you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Pratt then? Huh. The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Her sense of exclaiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That English woman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. He's sounding worse by the minute, to be honest. I had to do what was right. I had to kill them. Yet, a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Well, the thing is, the student girl has not admitted to anything. This guy's already admitted to stabbing her. So really, it's more likely that he was the murderer. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman? So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that would be like putting a belt under your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. It would have been murder. He didn't know she was poisoned. Like, why are they acting like he didn't murder her? Even though she died from a hemorrhage. Right? What? I don't understand that they're so calm about it. That like, yeah, but he stabbed her, sure, but he didn't kill her. It's like, yes, he did. The hemorrhage is what killed her. We know that for a fact. And he knows a lot of things as well. Yeah, he knows everything. He literally knows everything. He saw the entire thing happen. He was there the entire time. He talked to her beforehand. Like, everyone else was kept in the dark and this man knows everything. That's sus. Especially because he was hiding. Like, he talked to her in the hut beforehand. Probably did something. Like, she had his pen somehow. Then hides behind the hut and stabs her. I'm sorry, but, like, that's only if you're trying to get away with murder that you do that stuff. Right? Or trying to implicate someone else. It's crazy. That's how the law works. You see, Yokel? Who knows? You may even learn something here today. About how people get away with murder just because they say, well, they were poisoned first. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. Well, it took 9 months though. It's been 9 months since she was proven guilty in the other trial. And it took them 9 months to suddenly have 2 attempts on the same day? Sounds kind of weird. Because the accused, Ray, saw her a lot already. Why wait with killing her if you have a deadly toxin ready? Why wait until you're in a beach hut alone with her? When you're literally the only one that people can accuse. Especially when the victim herself was silent the entire time. Right? The victim was silent. She was the, like, Ray was the one who screamed. If she hadn't screamed, the detective and the other, Saseki, they wouldn't have come because they wouldn't have known anything was wrong. It just doesn't look like she could have done it, or she would have done it. It doesn't make any sense, knowing everything. And then he's already... I don't understand this court. Like, this journalist has come in, has been hiding his identity the entire time. Has tried to stay anonymous the entire time. Now admits to having stabbed her, and then is like, but no, I wasn't the bad guy. How is that even possible? I don't understand. God.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor McTobo, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. Oh. Is Ray back? Ray. Wilson was the murdered person in the first case in the previous game, right? Yes. And the person murdered in this case is his murderer. The woman with the swan hat. You probably remember her, right? I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this alpha man is making all of this up. Sado, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Mambami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, and dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Nice. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice. Okay, so that's... Right.
Hold it!
Let me press this, because it's important. Stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. But the journalist was there too. Was he also searched? I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Manimemo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut, listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. Isn't the entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Manimemo-san? As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Manimemoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Nice. Okay. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink.
Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record. Oh, okay. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Why are you breathing so heavily? The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Right.
Hold it!
Okay. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minimemo's-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable. It's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If you could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. How did you miss the stream? I don't know, Combat. I don't know how you missed the stream. That would have been on the Sunday. Right? Because you were there for all streams, 3 streams this week. Were you not there on New Year's? New Year's Eve? Well, it wasn't Eve, but still. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay. I'm doing good, Combat. How about you? I'm trying to solve a case. Helping Woodwood? Ooh. Helping Woodwood with what, exactly? And there'd be no reason to stab the person as well.
Objection!
No, it doesn't work, does it? No, okay. I was like stabbing her to implicate the victim by using this picture or something like that, but no. I guess
Objection!
we'll just use the poison article. That makes sense. Because that is the evidence we got from the conversation earlier anyway, so... Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together,
All we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brad's drink. And where are you going with this, counsel? Manimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brad couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brad about the poison. At which point, Manimemo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right, Manimemo?
Gah!
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach's hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brad before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. I don't think he's doing very good.
Order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
There are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his topknot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Oh, poor guy. Oh? Many more? Yep, there he is. Oh. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? What are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth. I don't need a counter-argument. Huh? What are you talking about? should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's the evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shuri News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence, Zelda. We're gonna break it all apart, don't worry. It will just take a bit. Why need to be searched, I know that. How's that then? Blunt story wide open? See? I write in many memo. A mere reporter from the Shuri News. Couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory. It's not true. He could have. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. Oh, what's your point? You annoyingly handsome country bumpkin. Why does everyone keep mentioning that she's handsome, basically, right? It's like that. Like, why are you so handsome? Susato, why are you so handsome? My point is this. There's one way that you, Manimemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
Does that work? It does, okay. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Ah, fountain pen. How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah, I swear by weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup cone of sumptuous ink. Soupçon? What? Why that word, Suzaki? What is this? One's work is a mash with words in the blink of an eye. Like, you were in England, Suzaki. Why are you using, like, what I assume is a French word that I don't know? I'm sure it's fine. Which word? This one? Soupçon? I'm not sure what this is. I mean, it has the C thing. So I don't... But I'm just thinking, like, why would Suzaki know that? He's a Japanese person who spent some time in Britain. Like, he wouldn't have heard that much French. But whatever, it's fine. He does study literature and stuff, so I guess it's possible. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What is all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Manimamo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Gah!
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste act, whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using the pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink of my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! The heck? Don't throw your pencils. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I mean, we have the solution to check for poison on us. Use it. Why haven't we used it? Like, seriously. It would have ended so much earlier if we just used that. Like, very early on. As soon as we got the solution, just check the reservoir for poison, show it to the people, be like, this pen that belongs to that guy had the poison in it that killed the victim. Boom. You're done. Case closed. Right? I don't know why we had to take so long for this. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. Can I... yeah, by means of this item, boom.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Manimamo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. Again, why haven't we done this before? Like, literally, one drop. We could have checked everything. I imagine we had enough of the reagent to just check stuff for poison. And the most likely thing was the fountain pen and the knife. If we had checked both, it would have already been over. But whatever. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Are you okay? Oh no. What the heck? Don't swing your camera around, it's dangerous. Trying to hold his head high as simple as I took up arms in the might for more form of fighting pen all in the name of justice and righteousness. Many, oh, good God. Susato, with me. I'm there. What the heck? What is this? You can't just knock him out. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Yep, because we're in disguise. They can never know. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Manimamo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. You ignorant plebeian. What did you just call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. She was such a... I'm glad she's dead, honestly. I'm glad she's dead. Why wasn't she in jail? Because it took 9... So she was going to... The British government, because she's a British citizen, the British government basically was like, we want to trial her... We want her on trial for ourselves. And Japan had to expedite her to a British court. Which she was going to the next day. Like, one day after this, basically. It took 9 months, basically, but... The problem is that even if she was expedited to the British court, she was probably going to be found innocent anyway. And just brought back to Britain and whatever, right? So obviously, with her being like this, I can understand this guy being like, oh my god, This this bitch. She's committed murder and then she just insults everyone around her, the country she's in. Everyone knows she's a murderer and she's just there like drinking some wine and blah blah blah, you know, hanging out at the beach, being all cool. It's like, come on, really? You murdered someone. That isn't how it should work. And I would have the same idea. Well, I wouldn't kill her, but I would have the same thing of like, this is not justice. Right? She should be in jail. Period. No matter if she's a British citizen, she should just be in jail. And the only reason she isn't is because it was very fresh that the British government and the Japanese government had signed an agreement. That's the only reason. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. Yeah. I mean, I already knew it, like, 2 hours ago, that he'd done it. As soon as he showed up, and I realized that the pen was his, I basically knew what had happened already. Like, everything. But then it took so long to get everything straight, and I do feel like that's the weakness of this particular game. I think the other Ace Attorney games don't have it as much, that it's not as slow or predictable. I don't know. Trolls, hello, welcome. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? Interesting. I mean, D&D was great, Trolls. It was nice having you around, as always. You don't have to thank me. You can just... I mean... I like doing it, and I like playing D&D with my friends, you know? So thank you, Trolls, for being there as well. No you is basically my answer. I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you strange? You're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minamamo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. Yeah. Like, if you wanted justice to be done, always, then you would have just clearly admitted that you've done it. You would have just been like, yeah, she deserved it. I'm sorry, but like, I had to do something. Like, that's what justice would be, right? You would just be like, I would have done it. I did this thing because I think she deserved it. Give me any sentence you want. I'm good, right? If you're going to try to blame someone else, you know better. The Dex is you? Oh no, not the 4 Dex. Not the 4 Dex trolls. But the truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo's, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? You know something I don't? What? How dare you, trolls? What is it that you don't know? That I don't know? Prosecutor Aochi? I, Takatsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. What has he got here? Aura! Aura! Where's the alert? I don't... There's no alert. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out here. Stealth raid, apparently. Where's the alerts? Silly thing. Do I need to start making my own alerts if Stream Alerts isn't Stream Elements isn't even working anymore? Do I need to add more stuff to my bot? Feels like it. Because apparently I can't trust anyone else but my own creations. Hello Yoda, hello Goblin, Summit and Trolls, welcome as well, even though you're already here, but you know, and it early, but that means you can go back to drawing and watching my stream. Yeah, good luck with the drawing, and I hope your stream was great. What did you, oh, you were playing Outward, yeah, I did say that just now. I hope you had a good time with Outward at least. And of course, anyone, if you're not following Aura is great. Go say, send some love over there, give him a follow, you know. Let me actually do the other shout out because I really need to start doing this more. This one. So you can just press the thing, press the that way somewhere over there. Here, I don't know. I'm not sure where it is in relation to me. It's somewhere over there. There. I can't point, apparently. I'm terrible. Either way, go follow Aura. But yeah, anyway, we're finishing up the case. We figured out who done it.
We're just finishing it up. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Ouchie, are you okay? Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. Dude, don't do that. You can't just do harakiri or any such thing. Don't do that. For that is the true path to Aochiism. Aochiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Is he going to cut off his hair? Because I don't think an Ace Attorney game would actually, like, have him stab himself. Third time you joined the stream, 1 is normal and 2 from raids. Nice, nice, Summit. He's just gonna... Okay. A sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Huh? No. Why did they make that animation? Oh my god, so dramatic. So dramatic. Oh, yeah. Oh. Aoichi. I do feel for the guy, to be honest. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Mambami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Yay! And 7 hair. I mean, he didn't have much to begin with. He just has the, like, crown of his head. Which is still something. Court is adjourned. There we are. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Right, and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. It took courage. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to the milk bar tomorrow. What? Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
Dating in a milk bar. Well, I think the milk bar was only mentioned because it rhymes. I think that's the only reason. I'm not sure. But it would be gay, yes. If they went out on a date in the milk bar, then that would be gay. That is true. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Oh, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, did they overhear? Did they overhear the situation? What is happening? Oh, Sasaki-san and Inspector Sunaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikotoba. So dashing, so divine. Oh. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mrs. Sato-san Esquire, is that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Sasaki-san, so confused. Always confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Sasaki-san was free to return to Japan. Words. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. Have a good rest of the lurk, Zelda. I'll probably start wrapping up. And maybe we'll start a little bit of chapter 2, but we'll see. So have a good rest of the day, and maybe I'll see you on Saturday. When I'll be back. With hopefully a new and improved desk. Maybe. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm the chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Oh, the turtle is a great addition, Osanaga. I gotta say. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing, you're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. Aw, the turtle. I want to pet the turtle. Pet the turtle. I do worry about Inspector Osanaga sometimes, I really do. Yeah, the blood is not a good one. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. So that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. And what do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Oh, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Oh, not her. I don't want to tell her that her dad's dead. Herlock Sholmes, yeah. I guess you haven't been to these streams with this game very often because he's been very prominent in them. And I'm sure he'll be back in some of the later chapters. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumei University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Because he seems fine right now. Like, when it started at a grave, I was like, wait, was it too late? Was her dad dead? But then she said it was Kazuma's grave. So I was like, oh, is her dad fine? And he was fine. So I just assumed he'd recovered. Since it has been 2 months. Or 3 months or something. Did you ask what the I and A stand for? The A stands for asexual, which I am, for ace. And the I stands for intersex, which is it's like people who were born with part of, like, basically uncertain gender, I guess, uncertain genitals, I guess, like, what's it called? Some people get born with, like, part of one or the other, while they are actually one of the two, and it's a weird one. But yeah, that's what they stand for. I can't really explain intersex very well, to be honest, but you can probably look up more about it. It's a weird thing. Well, weird is maybe a bad word for it, but it's interesting. There's many types. There's at least 3, as Samet says, but there's quite a few types. But I mean, it's all of it is kind of a spectrum anyway. Like, the asexual stuff is also kind of a spectrum, in a way. Because it's all of a spectrum of like not wanting either a relationship or any like sexual intercourse or anything like that. And it just varies how far people go on the spectrum. I'm like completely arrow ace. Like I don't want a relationship. I don't have crushes on people. I don't like find anyone really attractive or anything. And never really want anything physical with anyone. So I'm just completely like on the end of that spectrum, I guess. So at least that's easy to explain, being like, yeah, I don't want anything. But sometimes it can be a little bit more like, oh, I do want this, but I don't want this. Or like, you know, things like that. It's all a spectrum. It just makes it somewhat, the labels make it somewhat easier to explain, generally. Anyway, game. Said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did the news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Oh wait, I've autoplay on. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Let me go. Manimamo, what are you doing here? Manimamo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, and that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Oh, it's a judge. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Nice throw. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. How did he even get away? I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Jujin, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Well, the trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on the case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Nice. I like the judge. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Bratt? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Um, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, can I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Suzeki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again, like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Suzeki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness, locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on the ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
There's a mosquito in here. Very annoying. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up with?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that the case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
So his case, right? Huh. The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps it was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh. We're back at the tree.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
No.
Yours, Susato.
Nice. Is she going back to Britain? I don't think her dad would let her, though. Okay, so now what? The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. She's a strong person, she can do what she wants.
I mean, probably. I don't know if she could manage though. I do love this artwork, by the way, as well. The Great Departed Soul. Twisted Karma and the Lost Bow. Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay. Well, the Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. So this is basically... The Clouded Kokoro was the second case of the first... Well, not the second case, the third case.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night.
Fuck, it was
One
the
of
fourth
an
case.
invisible
Jeez.
killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Wait. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Ah, I feel that. I'm hungry too. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. Better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Oh, it's looking the same as ever. Maybe a little bit different. Oh, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Can you not be so close? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now?
But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand? My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did that have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you'd expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. We're waiting for a judgment from Warfare if you can get money or not. No dinner today. Oh no, trolls. Well, have a good lurk. And thank you for being a friend to me too. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rand's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprise did you find this fine morning? Or what surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it, really? That's right. And she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Oh, okay. Well, I think we'll leave it there. We'll start the second part next week. Sure, we'll save again, because why not? Double save, just to be safe. Let's go say hi to Tabby. Tabby is doing some artsy stuff. I'm not sure what she's drawing right now, but it should be very chill. So go say hi, send some love, you know. Thank you all for watching, and of course for the raids, for just being here. You're all great, you're all lovely. I will be back on Saturday. Not sure with what yet. Not going to be playing this. I'll play this again on Tuesday, and like next Tuesday and Thursday. On Saturday I'll play something else. I'm not sure what. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll start Horizon Zero Dawn. Maybe. Still haven't decided yet though. But we'll do something cool. Probably. And I should have my stand desk as well. So hopefully everything goes well tomorrow. And I'll be able to stand at my desk, and you'll be able to go up and down, I guess, because the camera will go up and down as well. But yeah, that should be good. I'm a little bit stressed about it, but I'm sure it will all go fine.
Thank you all. Go say hi to Tabby. Send some love. Stay cozy, stay safe, and that's it for me. Have a good one. Bye bye.